Hello and welcome to Wild Live at the Waterhole, everyone. Now, we're starting off with quite an exciting sighting, I must say. We're here in Juma Private Game Reserve, and we have a water monitor making its way into the water, and you can see that it's actually being bombed by a blacksmith lapwing. Now, that lapwing probably has a nest nearby, but even if it doesn't want a Nile monitor or a water monitor to be around its area. Blacksmith lapwings can be very reactive. I don't like to use the word aggressive or reactive. Anyway, welcome on board, everyone. It's live at the Waterhole, and it's me, Trishala, to guide you through our various camps across southern Africa, at least for the first hour and a bit. Once 12 midday rolls around, then we can be joined by Africam and some more cameras. But for now, we're spending time at Juma Private Game Reserve. We'll head over to Okukuyu in Namibia in Etosha National Park. We'll also pay a visit to Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve, and of course, King's Camp in the Timbavati. Now, I must say, King's Camp hasn't given me, while I've been doing live at the Waterhole, any sightings yet, but I hope that will change today. As usual, we are live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website. Oh, let's just have a look here, because that blacksmith lapwing is not moving, not bombing dive bombing the monitor, and I wonder if that means their nest is right there. Oh, there we go. Heart pumping action to start us off. Goodness, it almost got the head of the monitor at that point. Oh no, and then we've got a hippo coming in too. Whoa, this is just too much to start off with. Hippo, as usual, unperturbed by much. And the Nile monitor is off on its way. What a way to start live at the Waterhole. Yes, I love it. Goodness me. I'm not even sure if I hit all the points I was meant to, but just in case you missed it, live and interactive. We've got various cameras, and the whole point of Live at the Waterhole is that we can go through the various cameras that are static cams at dams across southern Africa, and you get to ask any questions that you like. But for me, the animals take front and center stage. I'll give you lots of moments of silence to enjoy the sounds and the sights, but as usual, if you have questions, that's what I'm here for. But before we settle in, let's go over to have a look at the weather. Really warm temperatures across the board. Now, because Live at the Waterhole happens in the middle of the day, it's always... Oh, goodness, sorry. I thought that was a very large snake in the top left-hand corner there, but it looks like it's just a root of a tree. Now, because Live at the Waterhole takes place in the middle of the day, and also because the temperatures are really warm, we tend to assume that we're not going to see much, particularly predatory wise, but there have been tons of times where I've thought the exact same thing, and then boom, you see a leopard or a lion or something like that. But we can rely on birds like that blacksmith lapwing that looks like it was sitting on its nest, and definitely rely on some elephants. I think I see one just walking off in the distance there by the tree line. Even up on the tree line towards the left. I'm also hoping to spend time with some giraffe, various antelope, really whatever the bush has to offer. Now, Juma always feels like my home. my guiding home. There we go. There's the elephant moving off. They were at the dam having a drink a little bit earlier. So when we visit the Jumacam, even though it's virtually, it feels like I'm having a video call with my family in a way. You can see that the ears are flapping, again indicating how warm it is. Darcy Miller, hello. Thank you for joining us. You say that you're looking forward to see what the waterholes have to offer. So am I. Yesterday, we spent the majority of our time together at Jamala Waterhole in Madikwe, and that waterhole just kept on giving. Lots and lots of zebra, lots of elephants coming down. There were buffalo, there were baboons, impala, and I'm probably missing some animals as well. Warthog, a lot going on. But like everything in the bush, it's you never know. You can make assumptions and educated guesses on what could come down, but the thing I love about the bush is that it can always surprise you. You just got to be open to the surprise. I, for one, really didn't expect that we'd start off with a Nile monitor being dive bombed by some blacksmith lapwing. And it seems like the action is continuing to come our way. Let's head over to Jamala and see what's happening at that waterhole. Oh yes, some more elephants, and they're gathered right by that little inlet, that little pipe that feeds in the waterhole. So lovely. Now, when we watch elephants, basically when we watch any of the water holes, I like to say, imagine that you've just got a picnic basket, maybe you're enjoying a coffee or a juice, you're just sitting watching them, and the animals don't know you're there, so you can really relax. You can have your snack or your drink and just watch them and observe. That's the time when I give myself the space and the time to do that. That's when some really thoughtful questions come to mind, and you know that you can send them through whenever you like. But for now, let's take that moment, or even a few moments, to listen and watch these elephants at Jamala in Madikwe Game Reserve. A reminder that there is some construction happening at the Jamala Lodge, which is just to the right hand side of the waterhole. So you may occasionally hear those sounds too. Luckily, yesterday we didn't get too much of it, so we could hear the birds and things like that. So I'm going to still give us that moment to settle in and enjoy the sounds, but please do be forgiving to the sounds of the construction. Hi, Sir 50. It's so nice to hear your name. You're absolutely right. When it comes to elephant sightings, Madikwe is hard to beat. There are so many elephants on the reserve. And as you can see, they come in lots of different shapes. Well, not shapes, sizes, from the very small calves. And I've seen some really magnificent elephant bulls at Madikwe too. And they come in a variety of colors, all due to the sand. Of course, every time we spend time in Madikwe, whether it's on site or virtually through the cams, I always get asked about the color of the elephants. And I'm sure, especially if this is the first time you're joining us, you might think, what's going on? The elephants, well, all elephants are gray, African elephants, that is. Very nice stony gray. But the reddy brown that you're seeing is just the result of the elephants dust bathing in that iron oxide rich sand. Now, if you ever wanted to figure out if an animal, or particularly with elephants, if they're dominant or well respected in their herd, whether it's a bachelor herd of just a few bulls or whether it's a breeding herd, have a look at who gets to go to that pipe that feeds the water into the Jamala waterhole. Because I've seen herds come through, breeding herds, and they're busy attending to that little pipe, trying to get the best water they can. And then a big bull comes through, or the matriarch comes through. They all just kind of move aside and let her through or let him through. Now we've got a few bulls here. Things seem to look quite relaxed, but it can change very quickly. Water is the number one most precious resource to elephants. And they won't let anything get in their way.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth. We are Safari.
Well, this cow and her youngster who came to join this particularly fresh water party on this end were promptly told to move on. They stuck their heads right in amongst the bulls, but no luck, unfortunately. They're going to have to drink out of the normal areas. And down comes the zebra, enjoying themselves over on the other side. Let's get in a little bit closer and have a look at these elephants that have congregated around that little pipe. Earlier, a few tried their luck to insert themselves in this spot and push the bulls out, but they were shown the door. But these three, the ones that look quite really brown, they're waiting quite patiently. I wonder if they'll manage to get themselves some nice fresh water, or if these bulls will react badly to them too. Not badly, just kind of protecting their resource. This one almost looks like it's trying to drink out of the bull's mouth that just drank himself. Oh, there's a little one poking its head down. I guess if you're a little one, you might go unnoticed. Hi, Melissa. You say you just love watching Ellie's drink. So do I. I really, really do. And when I do watch them drink, I like to be quite quiet. But unfortunately, at this particular waterhole, we can't hear the water very much. Later on, maybe we'll have the Eldonio cam, the Africam Eldonio cam in East Africa, and there you can really hear the sounds of the water trickling from the elephant's mouth as they drink. And I just love it. I find it so therapeutic. At this cam, we don't hear it very clearly, but we can also imagine it. And if you've watched elephants like I'm sure you have, Melissa, you know the sound I'm talking about. It's that gentle trickle. It's so joyful and so relaxing. I know that the water looks really muddy, but it's actually not. Well, there are certainly parts of it that are very muddy, but there are patches of nice, clean water as well. It's just more difficult to see because of the angle of the camera. But the elephants are not drinking muddy water. They'll do their best to make sure that the water that they're drinking does not have a whole lot of sediment in it. And so you might find them just kind of skimming the top of the water because, sediment is heavy, so it tends to move and fall to the ground. I just saw the one on the left climbing. Whenever you see elephants trying to take a step up, step onto something, move up a mountain or a rock face, it's just so funny. They don't look like they're well suited to that kind of movement, but they do so well. So you might see the elephants putting just the tip of their trunk on the surface of the water and sucking it, kind of skimming the best water without the sediment. Other times you might even see them kind of stir the water, like splash the water, and then wait for it to settle, and then skim off the top. But they'll do whatever they can to make sure they get the nicest, freshest water.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
The bull shoving match continues. Very slight shoving. I'm quite impressed with how much we're hearing here at Jamala today. I know that there are those construction sounds every now and then, but we can actually hear some birds, which is wonderful. One of the things that I love about cameras, and especially if this doesn't work, somehow it irks me, but if you can't hear sound, it just changes the experience completely and lessens it. And so that's why I really like to give you the opportunity to listen. And then again, also when we're out there in the bush, and if you're on safari, you're listening to the sound of the vehicle, you're going to specific sightings, you don't get the opportunity to just sit and listen. Hi, Sanjeev. You say they're so respectful to one another. It always looks that way with elephants. It's amazing given their size, how well they know their space, their bodies in space, and how respectful they look towards each other. And I think that's a combination of things. Obviously, I can't say that they respect one another because it's a human idea. But when they want to actually physically touch in an aggressive way, even then it sort of looks respectful. And if we just watch these bulls right here at this precious resource that we can see that they're defending against anybody else, they don't want that breeding herd to come to it. Even then, they're not, like violently pushing and shoving and getting into each other's way. The the shoving matches are kind of just hints. Hey, you're coming a little too close. And being respectful is not about not saying anything, not guarding yourself, um, not giving your opinion. It's about the way that you do it. And with elephants, I absolutely agree with you in that there is this air of that they respect one another. You don't see it as much with the calves, but again, that's something that's learned. And through play, which we know that the calves engage in so much, through play, they figure out what is expected, what is tolerable, what is not. What can I do? What is getting into another individual's personal space? They learn all those things through playing. And eventually they grow up to be big bulls and cows who carry themselves with such dignity. And again, those are human words that I'm using to describe what I feel when I think about elephants in that way. Ellies all around. I'm so glad that we got to take in this really peaceful moment of these elephants at Jamala, but there's more elephants down at Juma. So let's head over. Oh, I love it. I love it to see elephants all around. Now, here at Juma, you can see the elephants almost always look their natural color, lovely and gray, and that's because the soil at Juma is very coarse grained in most areas, so it doesn't stick to the elephants in the same way as it does in Madikwe, like we were looking at in Jamala. I'm also hearing some wonderful birds. I heard a water thickney a moment ago. Juma is great for sound. I see a little bit of wind, but not a whole lot. Wind not so great for sound. But this waterhole, this particular dam, Vuyatela Dam or Gauri Dam, it's sometimes known as, there's a ton of bird life. Reptiles abound. There's always, a couple Nile monitor lizards around, like we saw when we started off live at the Waterhole. But there's this particular branch over on the other side where there's about 6 Nile monitors all chilling. There's always something happening at this Waterhole. And now we have a little one. Yes, getting used to that unruly appendage on its face. Doing very well, I might add. We spoke about skimming the top of the water to make sure that you're getting nice clean water that's not full of sediment, and that little one is doing very well, considering that its trunk still seems to be moving in all sorts of directions with much less control than the adults have. I'm just loving these sounds. Loving it. Such a fundamental resource for elephants, and oftentimes they'll do a little jig as they make their way down to a water source. Almost expressing their joy. And I love it when they get into this dam and they have a bit of a swim. I've most often seen it with bulls. With breeding herds, I don't see it as much. But with big elephant bulls, they make their way right into the water, full bodies submerged, and their trunks up like a snorkel. These poor blacksmith lapwings are having a tough time. First, they had to protect their nest from the water monitor, and now they've got to protect it from these big, large herbivores coming through. Now, blacksmith lapwings have a scrape nest, so they don't actually make a nest out of twigs. They just make a shallow scrape in the ground, and it's open. There's nothing to protect the eggs except for the eggs' camouflage. And majority of animals are not going to see the eggs. And the purpose of it not being seen is that those animals that would like to eat it, like a genet or a civet, or basically even some herbivores, if they come across an egg, they will eat it because it's a pretty much like a protein bar. It's packed with nutrients. And I do feel sorry for blacksmith lapwings. They nest towards the end of the dry season, which means that the water holes are even more frequented by large herbivores, and that just puts the nests and the eggs at risk. But they do a very good job at defending it. If an animal comes too close, they will, even if it's an elephant, they will let them know. They'll fly around, they'll make a racket. So far, the blacksmith lapwing looks pretty calm, although it is patrolling at the back there. It's looking pretty calm. And this youngster, this calf, is having a little suckle from mum. In between water, it's having some milk. There we go, wash it down with some water, yes. Andrea, absolutely. You say those lapwings are some brave birds. They really are brave birds. Lapwings, you know, when we're talking about the fact that they nest towards the end of the dry season, they nest in scrapes in the ground, so it feels so vulnerable. But they are one of the most common birds you will see out in the bush. So that kind of strategy has clearly worked for them. And if they lose this clutch, they will reproduce and get another clutch and get another clutch, and this until one is successful, or until the season ends, and they are unfortunately unsuccessful. But they're brave, they persevere, and they're very energetic. And it works for them, even though it seems that their strategy, their reproductive strategy, is a vulnerable one. Look at this little one's trunk. I'm not sure it's getting any water. It's just trying to figure it out. What are the adults doing? Why are they all flicking the water like that? Let me try. Occasionally catching some water for itself. And boop. Let me touch my friend as well. Oh, it is too cute. And the thing about elephant calves, I mean, any baby mammal is just adorable. We're made like that. We're made to find little mammals, and especially our own young, adorable, because if we didn't find them adorable, then we wouldn't feel like we wanted to care for them. So it's really important that our biology made it so that we care about our young. And so every mammal has that same kind of cuteness going on. You know, they're soft, um, they might be a little bit chubby, and they don't know how to move themselves very well. You know, they're uncoordinated, and all those things look cute to us. And from young predators, I mean, I couldn't choose between lion cubs and hyena cubs, leopard cubs as well. You just can't choose. But young elephant calves are really on the top of the list. Because even though they're very small, and they may just be born, they may just be a few days old, maybe even a week old. Not these ones we're looking at now, but when you see those extra small ones, they're still doing something. They're moving, they're interacting, they're engaging, they're following the herd around. Whereas young predators, or baby predators, very young predators, they're not doing much. And we only really see them when they're a little bit older. And I think that's why, for me, elephant calves, you get to see them, and you get to see them moving and interacting and following the herd and trying to figure out what this new environment is. You get to watch it from the get-go. And it's utterly adorable. Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time. Oh, we've got a lot of excitement going on now. I just heard a bit of a screech. It sounded like one from a youngster. Maybe it's some play that was a bit too rough, or maybe another little one that wasn't allowed to suckle, although it didn't sound like that kind of screech. It sounded very much like a stop it, stop playing so rough with me. It's all fun and games until someone's trunk gets stepped on. Look at this. So sweet. Yeah, I see the adults flicking water around, so I'm going to do it too. I don't know what they do it for, but the whole point is that it imitates the adult. And those are skills that it's going to use in the future. It may not figure out right now why the adults are flicking the water, why they're putting their trunks just at the tip. They don't know, they may not know that. But the thing is, they will eventually, and then they will have the strength and the movement in their trunks to be able to successfully get the right kind of water. Hi, I'm Miss SA. You say you love to see those first few moments of an elephant's life. Wouldn't it be amazing? Oh, there's one that's just on its side there now. Oh, there's a few on their sides. Everyone's having fun. This is what I love about being at a waterhole. If adults spend a long period, they're not just coming in to drink and then leave. If they spend a long period, then the calves get super comfortable and they start playing around and being a little silly. Look at this. This reminds me of, when you're doing yoga or whatever and you're on your back and you want to take a few like rock and rolls to get up, and it takes you a few and you have some fun with it to kind of pull your weight. That's what young calves remind me of when they're trying to get up, because they can't just get up, they've got to swing their weight in the right way. Look at this. But I Miss SA, you're so right. I haven't myself seen an elephant birth, but I have seen a few very young elephants. There was only one elephant I ever saw that still looked too brand new, almost looked a little bit pinkish. But I haven't seen those first few moments, and I think that I would love to as well. There we go. Well done. You made it to your feet. Yeah, I bet that was a lot of fun, though. It was definitely a lot of fun for us. Well, these Ellies really entertained us, but now they're moving off to continue their day, which is definitely going to include some snacking on all this wonderful foliage after the rains. In fact, this foliage has been coming in even before that. The water table has been so high here in Juma thanks to good rains and even late rains at the end of the dry season. And then some more rains have come recently. So lots of good feeding to be had. But we've paid a visit to Jamala in Madikwe. We've come here to Juma to spend time with these Ellies. How about we have a look at Okukuyu to see what's going on there in Etosha National Park? Ah, just the usual suspects down here, or up here in Etosha, I should say. We've got the springbok. Things are looking a little bit dull. Oftentimes it's super bright here. And the sky is really blue, and the white of the salt deposits on the soil is really stark. But today everything looks dull. You can see that it's overcast as well, and there was rain earlier this morning also. But just the usual suspects. Now, I love watching for any other animals making their way down to this waterhole. You can see them emerging from the tree line behind. Maybe we'll see some gemsbok, maybe some elephants, some giraffe. Who knows? We just have to sit and wait. And when it comes to live at the waterhole, or anytime you get the opportunity to spend extended periods in the bush, patience is a must. We always talk about having our patience pants on, and it's usually when we want something to happen or want to see something and we're trying hard for it. But I think there's another version of patience pants that is not expecting anything. It's just waiting and observing, because just watching a waterhole, listening to the sounds, and just getting immersed into it is also a beautiful thing. Ah, yes, we have some zebra coming down as well. Springbok, kudu, and some zebra just on the top right hand corner. This waterhole can be so active. Now, there are several waterholes across Etosha National Park, but this particular one is very popular. And the Okokoyo camp is right behind this waterhole, and it draws many visitors. It's also floodlit, so people are able to observe nighttime activity as well. A really wonderful waterhole, always abundant with animals. Now, if we're very lucky at the Okokoyo waterhole, we might see a black rhino. Now, they're usually around early in the morning or late at night. I was lucky enough, I don't think it was during Live at the Waterhole specifically, but it was during one of the other cam shows we were having here at WildEarth that we saw a black rhino. It was awesome. I think my other sightings that I love here at Okokoyo was a jackal, and we saw a Cory bustard once. Those are fantastic. So even though it seems like every time we go to Okokoyo, we're just seeing the usual suspects, general game, kudu, impala, springbok, zebra, we also get to see some really cool things as well. Not that these are not cool, but we get to see some unusual things as well. Hi, Andrew. You'd like to know what's the biggest antelope that comes down here to drink? Well, we could potentially see eland, or I've seen eland here before. They'd be the biggest. You'd get the common eland in this area, and the common eland is not the the biggest in the world. The giant eland is. There's just a few hundred kg difference. Um, I really actually meant that seriously, and as I was saying it, I was thinking a few hundred kgs. That's actually a big difference. So a common eland is about 900 kgs, and then a giant eland is more like 1,000 to 1,000. 1,000 to 1,200 kg. But the giant eland you'd see further north. But here, the common eland would be the biggest one that you would see. And generally speaking, we just kind of say, well, the eland is the biggest antelope in the world, which is true. It's just that they're further divided into the common and the giant eland. While it is lovely to listen to the sounds here at Okukuyu, let's head back over to Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve because those elephants are still around. Oh, lovely. It's time for the breeding head to get a chance at that pipe that feeds the water into the Jamala waterhole. And it looks like it's time for some dust bathing as well. This younger individual that's close to the camera is flinging its trunk around looking for some nice loose soil. I wonder if it's going to make its way to that mound of red sand just on the side there. Yesterday, youngsters were having a go at that. Now, usually they'd have to loosen the soil with their feet or their tusks, but here there's a ready to throw mound. I love watching the sand kind of kick up as they walk and also as they breathe out of the trunk when the trunk is very close to the ground. I love seeing that plume just like that. It looked like this youngster was imitating a dragon there. He brought that sand up to his mouth and then breathed out. Looked like he was a dragon. I actually don't know if this is a male or a female, but from the behavior, I have a feeling it's a male, young male. They tend to be a little bit more little bit more independent, a little bit more playful, a little bit more curious. It's actually quite difficult to see at this point. Hopefully we'll be able to see once it gives us a good look.
Are you WildEarth's biggest fan? Well, we have a brand new competition for you. Join our naturalists on Safari Live and listen out for weekly questions. To enter the competition, head over to our Instagram, search hashtag WildEarthFanOfTheMonth and comment your answer under the post. The monthly winner will be determined by the total quickest and most correct answers. We announce our winner at the end of every month. Tune in to Safari Live daily.
So I did mention to you earlier that we often get construction sounds here around Jamala Waterhole, and that's because they're doing some renovations at the lodge, which is in the direction that the elephants are kind of looking at these two youngsters. And if you saw the one that keeps putting the sand into its mouth and then breathing out, she gave a little head shake. And I think they've just started to notice, or the youngsters at least have just started to notice that there's some people over on the other end. And maybe they didn't like that sound. But now this youngster has started a trend. And others are coming to join it as it lifts up sand or blows air out of its out of its trunk. I was about to say nose, but the trunk is the upper lip and the nose fused. Blowing air out and making these dust plumes. Very dramatic. Well, we have entered our last hour together. Amy will take over from me in about an hour. And very soon we'll have the Africams on board as well, which is very exciting. I love those cameras, and it gives us so much choice and so much variation in environments and habitats, which is always appreciated. Our youngsters here at Jamala have moved away from the sandy bits, congregating again towards the rest of their family and the waterhole. And let me remind you again that we are live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments. You can do that by heading over to our website. Also, Live at the Waterhole is now watchable on YouTube. So if you are watching on YouTube, please hit subscribe. These collection of rocks that this bull is resting his trunk on has seen so many elephants in its time, I'm sure. They always come here to scratch, little calves play against it, and now this bull has decided to rest his heavy trunk to offer him a little bit of relief. Sometimes they'll rest their trunk on a tusk, other times they'll rest it on a tree or on a termite mound or on a rock like this. Now, Ali once told me that she's seen, Ali is another naturalist, she's seen an elephant put a branch across its tusks and then lay its trunk on it. Oh, there we go. A nice scratch for the back leg, too. Making good use of these rocks. Hi, RJ. Thank you for sending through a question. You'd like to know what could potentially contaminate this water? Um, Natural contaminants, which would be anything that is overgrown, basically. So, um, green blue algae could overgrow. You could get algal blooms. If there's a whole lot of terpenes, you might get salmonella. So there is the potential for waterborne diseases, but a lot of the time water holes are kind of self-sustaining. As long as there is enough movement to allow enough oxygen to flow, then you're not going to get an overgrowth of too much. But the other problem is that a lot of these water holes are fed by boreholes. So there'll be a borehole that's drilled, and then a pump with a windmill or an electric pump that fills up the water holes. And in the majority of areas, I mean, you can safely assume that if there's a lodge and there's a water hole in front of the lodge, that the lodge wasn't built there for the water hole. The water hole was likely constructed and is artificial. Now, that's not necessarily a very bad thing because it provides water sources for the animals in the area, but it's just something to note. And depending on the area, if there's been mining going on in that particular area, then there could be contaminants in the groundwater, and then the boreholes are picking up that groundwater and putting them into the water hole. So there's that potential as well. And I think mining is probably the greatest risk because the mining doesn't have to occur in the reserve. It just needs to occur nearby for it to contaminate the groundwater, and then for that groundwater to be pumped into the holes nearby. Now, particularly in areas where you're not getting lots of rainfall, and then animals are solely relying on pumped water at pans, like in the Kalahari, that could be a particular problem. And when we measure that kind of thing, we measure what's called total dissolved solids, which is basically just looking at toxic levels of things like lead or arsenic. But for us to know that that's happening, we need to be able to take water samples. But we were talking about potential risks, and those are the potential risks. Oh my goodness, I thought that was a young calf. Uh, the trunk of a young calf, but I was mistaken. It was just a young adult bull showing us that he is, in fact, a bull. Everyone here looks like they're stopping and listening for a moment, and then suddenly they'll start to move again, and you know that their conversation is over. There we go. Nope. Still listening. Possibly communicating with the breeding herd that was around. So much they could potentially be saying to each other and to other elephants in the area. Maybe they're not even talking, maybe they are just picking up on something others are saying. Yay, it's time! It's time to be joined by Africam. So let's welcome them on board and welcome, of course, all the wonderful cameras. Well, all the way down from Jamala Waterhole in Madikwe and kind of the southeast, we are all the way up at Africam Tower Lodge, also in Madikwe, but much further north and to the west. Ah, I love these cams. On this tower cam, you can see constant movement. Here I already see some waterbuck, I see some wildebeest, there's zebra streaming through. Goodness, I love Africam Tau. There's also a whole lot of bird life in this area, and yesterday we even saw some crocs on the move. Now, before we had Africam join us, we were down there in Jamala and we were spending a whole lot of time with the elephants. We also visited Okokuyu, where we saw general game, and we made our way to Juma as well. And we spent some time with elephants and also a Nile monitor lizard. As usual, we are live and interactive, so send through questions and comments, and you know how to do that. Head over to our website and register. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit subscribe. And if you just want to keep up to date with the conversation, you can also do that on Twitter using hashtag WildEarth. So welcome to Live at the Waterhole, Africam times WildEarth. And now we've got an abundance of cams, and the voice you're hearing is mine, Trishala. I see some warthog coming through too. Oh, so much happening. You can see that it looks very different to Jamala, even though it's in the same reserve. Madikwe is a massive reserve, 75,000 hectares, lots and lots to explore, lots of variation in the landscape and the vegetation, and in the animals too. I'm really hoping that when we spend time, particularly at this Africam Tau camera, that we see the jackal couple that I see here quite often. That would be awesome. Oh, this warthog's just pushed itself down and rolling around in the mud there. I love seeing animals roll around in mud. For one, it's a compromising position to be in because you're putting your whole body down into the mud, you're getting a little bit heavier. So they must be relaxed and feel very safe to engage in that kind of behavior. Oh, it's up again. Give itself a little bit of a shake. So I'm looking at the right hand side of your screen. There's the warthogs walking off now. And with an abundance of herbivores around them, I'm sure that all these animals feel quite safe at the moment. There's plenty of eyes and ears in terms of just the abundance of animals, but also there's different species altogether here, which means that their hearing is a little bit different, their vision's a little bit different. So it's kind of like the more animals you have around, the more comfortable all of them can feel. Because there's always going to be somebody that's going to alert the others to danger. There we go, the warthogs are back at it. I really like watching warthogs. They can be thoroughly entertaining. The only thing is that we don't get to watch them often when we're there in person because they can be very reactive to the sound of the vehicle and they're very cautious. But when we have a static cam like this, it means that we can watch them without disturbing them. Not that we would disturb them as guides, but the thing is that if we are there, we're going to affect their behavior just because we are in the same environment as them. Just imagine if you were on your own or by yourself in your room or you're with a crowd of people. Just the mere fact that there's somebody else in your environment is going to affect your behavior. It's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, it's just a thing, it's just a fact. And so when we have these static cams, there's zero interference, and that's what I love about it, and gives us the opportunity to watch animals that would be ordinarily a little skittish, like warthogs. Ah, we've got some kudu coming through as well, all adding to the different variation in what the animals in this area can pick up and be alerted to. Kudus with their nice big ears, and they're quite tall as well. They'll be able to pick up on sounds that maybe the wildebeest won't, maybe the warthogs won't. And we've also got the guinea fowl very close to the ground, exceptionally reactive. So lots of safety for the animals here. Oh, look at these kudu bulls coming through. Aren't you beautiful? They almost look like twins. Well, today, now that Africam has joined us, we have the Tembe Cam, we've got Oldonyo, we've got Tao, like we're looking at right now. There's also Kwamaratan, Rosie's Pan, and Cat Eye. But let's head over to Tembe. It seems like it's just an elephant day all round. Here we are in Tembe, in northern KZN. Oh, Tembe is beautiful. It's amazing to see how this landscape has changed as well. When I first started watching the Tembe Cam, if you look at the top left, there's a few elephants, and there's kind of another part of a pan. It's got a lot of growth. It almost looks like water hyacinth. At one point, the whole thing was covered, but now it's starting to thin out a little bit. And then right in front of us, we've got all these little holes that have been dug by elephants. And eventually those holes will become bigger and bigger, especially once the rains come. Because you can see that there's these depressions, and perhaps a warthog comes along, starts rolling around in the wet mud that collects in those depressions. It gets bigger and bigger, then something a little larger starts to do the same. Eventually a buffalo comes through and does the same, then an elephant. And what will happen, I mean, in hundreds of years, if not thousands, is that this whole area might become a large pan as those little holes start to connect. The elephants that have congregated on the other side of the pan there are starting to dust bathe. I think I might see an impala as well, way off in the distance. Now, Tembe has really glorious, glorious sounds. It's such a special camera. So I'm going to be silent for a little while and let you take it in. I am just loving, loving the clarity of the sounds here at Tembe. The elephants look like they're really enjoying themselves. The one on the, if we're looking straight at the elephants, the group in front of us, you can see the one slightly to the left is busy dust bathing, while the others are enjoying some shade. There's a nice breeze. What a beautiful way to enjoy the African bush from anywhere in the world. There's an individual in the back there that's got a floppy ear, and I was asked about floppy ears recently with elephants, and I said that I would give it a thought again, because oftentimes we learn about something as guides and we just don't revisit it. And so I was thinking about floppy ears and potentially thinking about what can cause it. It's something that we see often in elephants. When I say often, I mean as a disability in a way, or injury perhaps. We see it fairly often. And I once came across floppy ear syndrome, but the more research that I do, the muddier it sort of gets. Some elephant sanctuaries in Africa cite that elephants that are in poor condition will have a floppy ear, but I've seen youngsters with a floppy ear. I've seen sometimes a mother and a calf, both with a floppy ear, and it made me think, could it be genetic? Either way, we know that it's linked to weakened cartilage in the ear, because as you can see, the ears are very large, and they need to have sufficient cartilage to hold up those large ears. So it could be injury, it could be weakened cartilage as a result of maybe nutrient deficiencies, which would then link to the fact that some of the reserves, or elephant sanctuaries, I should say, cite that poor condition can cause floppy ears. But at the moment, I would say that I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what causes it. But I will continue to do research. I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was that asked about a floppy ear in elephants. But it doesn't seem to hinder their ability to survive very much at all. It may hinder their ability to cool themselves down, because they won't be able to flap their ears as efficiently as other elephants. But other than that, I don't think it affects them greatly. It's an interesting thing when we revisit information that we've taken for granted. Because more often than not, we come out either with a more enriched understanding, or it could be something completely different altogether. Hi, Concrete Jungle Man. You have a really interesting question. It's something that I can't say I've been asked before. You'd like to know what food gives elephants the most nutrients. I would imagine, so there's a few things I'm thinking about here. One, we know that elephants have very poor digestive system, which is why that when we see their dung, it's very fibrous. Um, and they are constantly eating foliage of trees and also grasses. But we also know that it takes a lot of work. A digestive system needs to work really, really hard to extract nutrients from vegetation, and that's because cell walls in vegetation are made up of cellulose, and we can't digest it. And that's why herbivores need to ferment their food in some way in order to gain access to those nutrients. And they do that by using bacteria. So with elephants, they're hindgut fermenters. So that means that the fermentation process happens after the stomach, and the ruminants are also called foregut fermenters. Their fermentation happens before the stomach. So either way, they need to employ bacteria to help them to extract nutrients from the vegetation around them. So if we're just talking about nutrients, not considering their digestive system, I would say that bang for their buck is probably fruit. in fruit, they're getting sugars, they're getting a host of different vitamins, and they're also getting some fiber. But remember, fiber is not really a nutrient, it's just something that helps your body along in terms of when you, yeah, excretion. I was very lost for a word there for a moment. But fiber doesn't really offer us any nutrients. So when we talk about, fiber in your diet from your bran flakes, what we're really saying is that you can't digest that. So it comes out the other side and makes it easier for anything to come out the other side because it can't be digested. So maybe we don't count fiber. But if we're talking just about nutrients and sugars, starches even, I would say fruit would be the biggest bang for the buck. But that being said, fruit is not available year round. So when fruit is available, like when marulas are available, they get absolutely smashed. Every elephant is on a marula, and marula trees really, really get it. And every pile of dung that you see, elephant dung, is just full of marulas. And I think that's because they also know that marulas are nutrient rich. Now, animals, when I say knows that it's nutrient rich, I don't mean that they are thinking about it, that there is a thought that says, hey, this is nutrient rich, but everything works together. So if you taste something and it tastes good, it's likely that that thing is full of nutrients for you, whether it be fats and sugars, which are essential, and salts, which are essential to our bodies. They may not be healthy in the quantities that we eat them now, but you detect them as something that's very tasty. In the same way, an elephant will detect those things that their body needs as something extremely tasty. Because that's how nature, or the natural world, and our workings, our biology, gets us to eat the things that we need. In the same way as we spoke earlier of how we find certain things very cute, baby animals, baby mammals specifically, we need to find them cute because we need to care for them. Just like we need to find fruit sweet and tasty because sugars is something that our body needs. So I would imagine that fruit would be most nutrient rich for an elephant. But again, it's seasonal. But that would explain why they go crazy over marulas during the marula season.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leonbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
This is that lovely section I was telling you about. You can still see at the back there, there's all that growth that's covering up the water. But this section here has been nice and cleared. I think I might even see an African jacana walking across those, what appear to be a water hyacinth over on the other side. Oh, I just love it. This is such a beautiful spot and such wonderful sounds, and we get to spend it with elephants. They're kicking up some mud. Oh, this one's getting right in there. Oh yes, it's time for a good swim. Where else can you see this? Anywhere in the world you can log in and you can have a look at these cams. And that's what we're about here at WildEarth, is connecting people with nature. Wherever you are in the world, you deserve to have access to nature. And if you'd like to help us out with that mission, please head over to our website and click on donations. We would so appreciate it. This is just too precious. Do you know, I never expected that this little pan would be deep enough for this elephant to be rolling around. Oh, it looks like a lot of fun. And I think now we can see that it's actually not that deep. He just got down nice and low to roll around in that cool goodness. Don't you just want to go there and help him with the back patch there? You have a dry patch, mister. I hope others will follow as well. That was delightful. We've had young elephants using their trunks. We've had them playing. We've had older bulls. Now we have one swimming as well, or had one swimming. It's really been an elephant-filled morning. Oh yes, love this. This is another great way to get your belly and your undersides nice and coated with the mud. Just kick it up. Oh, it just makes me feel so satisfied to watch elephants playing in the mud and the water. So satisfied. Ellie's all round. But how about we take a little break from the elephants? We can come back in a moment. But let's head back over to Africam Tal in Madikwe. There's a baboon. A very careful baboon. Carefully selecting the bits it wants to eat. Baboons are very entertaining. You can see them doing some really odd things sometimes. But it's lovely to watch a baboon here at Tal, just kind of plucking little bits of vegetation, putting it in his mouth. Perhaps even some seeds from the tops of these grasses. and he seems very careful about his selection. That's something that hands with fingers really offers animals and ourselves. And that's also something that elephants kind of have. You can imagine that their trunk is a long arm with two fingers at the end. And that's perfect for grasping, but not just for grasping, but for being very specific about what you want to eat and what you want to pick. And that can be helpful in making sure that you are getting the most nutrients for what you are eating. So you're not just indiscriminately grazing or browsing. You can actually be selective about what you put in your mouth. Oh, we've got a hammerkop on the hunt as well. These shallow areas where it's quite muddy at this waterhole are areas where things like frogs and little fish almost act as a nursery. And that's perfect for a hammerkop that's hunting. You can actually see it shuffling its legs. Can you see that? It's trying to disturb the sediment, get anything that's living under there up and into the water so it can grab it with its beak. It's quite cool to watch two different feeding techniques happening here. We've got the hammerkop that's shaking and stirring the sediment and picking up or kicking up any invertebrates to eat. And then we've got the baboon, this chakma baboon on the left, who's carefully picking bits of grass.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later. And WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier, Live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
This baboon is being so meticulous as he moves through, combing the area for the best of the best. You may have noticed that there's a plastic bottle there. Now, this is not something we usually see in reserves, and I'm sure that it will be picked up. It's important that when we move around in reserves, that we make sure, one, not to litter. It's not a, you should never, ever, ever be littering. But also, if you see something, that you pick it up. And given that this is right at the edge of the lodge, I'm sure someone will come around and pick up that plastic bottle. Our baboon has moved off along the fence line there near the lodge. And now having a quick look around. Well, while we were watching the baboon, it seems like all that activity that was happening. We had the zebra, we had the waterbuck. The waterbuck is still there though, but there was just an influx of a whole lot of herbivores. But they have since disappeared. And that's how it is in the bush. It ebbs and flows. Sometimes you get these high concentration of animals, and then suddenly everyone's gone. And that's just the way it is. Here we have 3 waterbuck that are still around, and those wildebeest in the background as well. I'm so glad that we got to spend the majority of our time together with Live at the Waterhole with some elephants across the various different locations. We also got to listen to some really nice sounds and kind of just sink into chilling at a waterhole. That's what I love about doing this particular show, is that it just allows me to give you the space and the time to just immerse yourself and listen into the sounds, take in the sights, but also if you have any questions, you're welcome to send them through. We saw elephants at Jamala, we saw elephants at Juma, also in Tembe. And for me, I could watch them all day, and I'm sure all of you could too. But it's time for me to say goodbye and to hand over to Amy. It was lovely to spend this time with all of you, and I'll see you again tomorrow morning. So have fun for the rest of Live at the Waterhole.
Thank you, Trish. It was lovely to have you as well. It is good to be here, everyone. My name is Amy, and I will be with you until the end of this show, until 3 p.m. this afternoon, just before the Sunset Safari begins. And it's good to be back. Thank you for welcoming me, Trish. And it looks like it's been a lovely show so far. Lots of elephants, and looks like some beautiful waterbuck have decided to come and relax in the sun here at Tau Lodge, Waterhole. And I echo what Trish was saying just before she said goodbye about how nice it is to be able to host the show and interact with all our amazing viewers. And thank you so much to all of you who send in comments and questions. And just being able to bring you the calming and relaxing atmosphere of a waterhole right into your homes or offices or wherever you are in the world watching today. All right, well, we are going to head over to another waterhole and see what they have for us there. Another elephant, lovely. We are now at Kwamaritan. Looks like this elephant is beginning its mud bath. Let's have a look. Let's listen to some sounds. I think there'll be some good ones here. And enjoy him cooling down on a warm day. This elephant bull seems to have just come down for a quick splash in the mud. Right, well, as the second elephant comes down to the water, we're going to head off to Kenya and see what's happening over there. Sorry about that, everyone. There's a bit of a frozen picture that side, so we're going to stay here at this waterhole, but no complaints. It's lovely to watch this elephant. Let's see what he does. If he's also going to splash around, or maybe... Oh, there we go. But very typical for elephants at this time of the day to come down to water holes like these ones when it really is reaching that peak heat that the day is going to bring, and splash some of this water on their skin that really gets soaked into all the wrinkles that we find on an elephant's skin, and helps to keep them cool, not only immediately but for a longer period of time into the afternoon while they continue to feed or rest for the rest of the day until it maybe reaches evening, early evening, where they may want another drink of water, something like that. Oh, there's a smaller one. Oh, there's a herd coming. This is lovely. So that was definitely a bull elephant. I wasn't able to see immediately. I assumed it was possibly another male just because it was following that one, but definitely looks like this is a herd of elephants. Could actually be now a female with the young ones. We'll have to see if there's some more evidence for us. Oh, that little one is getting all the way down. Yeah, it definitely looks like a mother and a little one now coming down to the water. Two little ones. The second one is just enjoying maybe just some shade, but then also a little bit of time to roll around in the mud. Oh, baby elephants just are absolutely amazing. They are so funny, so entertaining.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
So this is one of my favorite things that happen at waterholes is the interspecies interactions. And buffalo are a lot smaller than elephants, significantly so, but they are just, in mentally they are very stubborn, and especially a bull like this one here on its own. You could actually see that elephant walk past, didn't flinch a muscle. It was like, I'm here, you can come as close as you want, I'm not moving. They wouldn't ever, I don't want to say ever, but there's no reason for them to physically fight one another. But it's interesting how, unlike some of the animals that are a lot smaller than elephants would immediately move off, something like a buffalo doesn't care and is very much not going to be forced to be moved from where it wants to be by something as big as an elephant. And something like a buffalo would be coming down just like the elephants are to the water for very similar reasons. First of all, to drink, possibly, but then also to mud wallow, like we see there. It's a classic behavior of buffalo bulls to lie in the mud for extended periods of time rather than, of course, they don't have a trunk, they can't splash themselves, but they really do like to get that mud caked on their skin. And then, just like an elephant, also go and rub against something like those smooth rocks, or pieces of ground there, or a rubbing post like a tree, and then get the caked mud off their skin. That then also removes things like ticks and parasites that have been suffocated by the mud. It's interesting to note the color differences in these elephants. There's a group of them around the drinking spot here on the left hand side, as we often see them all grouped around this spot, that are very browny red. And then the ones on the far right hand side, also having a drink there, that are very pale grey colour. And the one on the left, I think it actually just had a wee, possibly, also quite light grey in colour. And if you notice on the bottom right hand corner of the screen, there's a little bit of red ground coming through where there's some of the construction, I think, extra ground from the construction there. And I think that is some of the true colour of just, below sort of the very grey surface of the soil that's coming through. And when these elephants throw that very brown dirt on them, it changes the general colour of the animal, changing them from the grey we see on the right to the more browny colour on the left. And it's interesting that particular group of elephants all have it. So they are probably one family group within the herd, and they were all dust bathing in the same place together at the same time. Dave, thank you for your question. You want to know if different elephant herds do mix with each other. And yes, they most certainly do. So this is actually a perfect example of that happening. Is here at this particular waterhole at Jamala, we see a very large amount of elephants, but they're actually separate little family groups that come together. So therefore, they form one large elephant herd, but in fact, it's actually made up of smaller elephant herds, possibly between 6 and 10 individuals. Sometimes they can get a bit bigger than that. There's no definite rules, but in general, that's what I've observed. And often when there is, especially in the dry season, when there's not a lot of water around in the reserves and areas where these animals live, they do tend to congregate at the places where there are the most water, as there may only be certain water holes that still have water now into the very, very late dry season, just before we have our rainy just before the rainy season begins. So you will find that these groups of elephants do come together and mix. Some of them may actually be related to one another. It may be females that decided to leave and start their own herd just because of interspecies competition between the different animals, that they decided that no, it's better for us and for my babies, and also one, maybe two of them might leave and start their own herd. And so this is almost like a bit of a get together for the elephants to come and see everyone again. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Dave. Thank you for asking it. Elephant dynamics, I know I've mentioned this before, but it is so fascinating and interesting, and there's always something new to learn about them. And that's why I do love elephants so much. You can just see one on the right hand side has decided to lie down completely in the mud. Also, while I'm thinking of it, Dave, it's not a permanent mix. So I'm not. I don't think I explained that part clearly. They wouldn't come together like at this waterhole and then become one large herd for the next while. They would come together, mix, but then separate again, back into their individual family groups. Elizabeth, you want to know if I think that elephant moms make the best moms in the entire animal kingdom. Sure. They definitely up there with the best, I think. I can't say of the entire animal kingdom. I don't know every single animal on earth, but I do think that they set the bar very high. They are incredible moms. They are so protective and look after their little ones. They really have this genuine sense of care. Not all animals are good mothers, and it's incredible to actually see the intensity of motherhood for an elephant and its calf, and the way they interact, and they really do put, I guess, the babies first in a lot of ways. And I think that is part of why we do connect so well with elephants as humans. We really can understand that want and need and innate desire to look after our young. And I think, well, for me anyway, it's something that it really does stand out to me about elephants. So the entire animal kingdom, I'm not gonna claim it, but I do think that they are one of the best for sure. Seems to be a whole group of zebra now coming down towards the waterhole as well. The second two elephants have now gone down for a really good mud wallow. You can just see the one moving its head there. There's a second one that also lay down. I don't know if it is possible there to zoom in a little bit on that young elephant that's having such fun in the water on the right hand side of the screen, just next to the one that's digging on the bank. Oh, there, it's lifting its head. It really does look like it's having a good time there. That is what I love. There's always something to look at when it comes to elephant herds, whether it's drinking or it's new ones coming down to the water, and there's a bit of interaction between the different groups. Yes, there we go. Those youngsters are having a lot of fun there. There's often play, especially if they are young ones, when they are in the mud like this. Sometimes they tussle around a little bit if they're younger bulls, or they hop onto each other's, like lift their front legs on the backs of the other ones. So it is very entertaining to see elephants come down to the water. They are now completely covered with mud. Harold, you have asked, how do the calves know which water they can wallow in? I think that was the question. Harold, it's an interesting one. They learn from their older, let's say, moms or cousins that are in the herd, and they will follow their example. So in most things, actually, with elephants, it is how they are able to learn what to eat, what to drink, how to eat and how to drink, how to be an elephant. What being an elephant is all about. They learn from the others within the herd. So there would definitely be if there was an area that was, I don't know, dangerous for some reason, or this isn't where we mud wallow, mom would definitely step in, or the matriarch would have some communication, or they simply wouldn't go to a place. I think, like we were saying earlier, elephants are such good moms and they have incredible memory. So I don't think that they would take the little ones or the herd to a place where it wouldn't be safe, or that wouldn't be the right water for them to be able to wallow in. And in terms of cleanliness, we have mentioned a few times how elephants are fussy drinkers, and so I think they would just be able to sense that this water isn't the greatest and there's a better option. even the sensitivity in the mouth would pick up little bits of granules. And look, if that's the only water there is, they're going to drink it because they need water to survive. But should there be a secondary option where there is a lot cleaner, fresher water, then they'll take that. But in terms of mud wallowing, they would be able to sense that this water is a little bit more muddy and has a bit more grit to it and is good to put on the skin. And so I think that is also part of how they would be able to decide where is going to be the best place for them to get the mud wallowing done. But it definitely seems like that sort of right-hand corner, we can just see it, the head of one or two elephants there on the right, is where the mud splashing does happen the most often. There's obviously a good patch there for that.
Do you want to touch the lives of future protectors of our Earth? Thanks to our wonderful WildEarth explorers, WildEarth Kids is back. Sign your class up for WildEarth schools and enjoy a special virtual field trip to Africa with interactive learning tailored for kids.
Very warm welcome to the kids from WildEarth Primary School.
We'll be dedicating the first hour of Sunset Safaris every Wednesday to our planet's future defenders. WildEarth, it's in your nature. Sometimes it is just so lovely to be quiet and take in the scene in front of us here. Got so many zebra coming in from the left and standing in the middle, and elephants mud bathing on the right and drinking on the left. So it's very special to be able to just quietly observe and watch the interactions between them.
right, lover, you want to know how elephants that live in deserts find wallows. It's a very good question. The fact is that obviously water is a scarce resource there. It's something that they would have to travel a lot longer distances for, and there probably wouldn't be many mud wallows available to them like they are in the savanna biomes. So they would have to have alternative methods of being able to get rid of parasites and things like that. But they would also, elephants are just amazing, be able to adapt to that. The reason that we do find elephants that can survive in desert areas is because they are able to, adjust the way they do things to the environment. They, of course, would remember where there is water and the sort of distances that would need to be covered to be able to find them, but something like a mud wallow wouldn't just be available for them to use. So if just understanding a little bit about the way what elephants can do, dust bathing is one of those things where they can, although not necessarily wallow in mud, if they were to find water, which they must do in order to survive, wet their bodies and then put dust on, although it might not necessarily be nice muddy area like this, they would still be able to create sort of a damp soil mixture on top of their bodies to be able to first of all cool them down, but then secondly then go rub themselves, if there isn't a tree around, possibly even against each other, as we've seen sometimes. Actually, these elephants come and rub their chins or their bums on one another to scratch and itch. So yeah, I think that would be my interpretation of what these elephants could do if they didn't have access to mud wallows like they do here. But an interesting thought, and something that maybe I will also read up a little bit more about in terms of elephants we find in deserts. And if there's anything maybe that I'm not aware of that the elephants do, should they, need to achieve what a mud wallow does for them, but maybe they have a different way of doing it. Definitely seems that things have quietened down slightly. This one group is still here drinking. Slowly these elephants have started to make their way, sort of spreading out a little bit more from the waterhole. possibly going to have a time of rest. It is very warm. They are very large, and as it heats up, it just becomes a little bit more uncomfortable, I suppose, to do lots of feeding and things like that. So rather rest now. Oh, one on the right's just sat down in the mud. But rather head off to rest, and then, as the temperature cools down again, then start to feed and move into another area if they need to. So that was quite interesting as this elephant approached from the left. So the one on the right, as well as some of the smaller ones, moved off.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
There was a question that has duck, and I think you were asking about interactions between different species. Saying that you are really enjoying the interactions between the elephants. So that just didn't come through the first time. Yes, something that I enjoy the most actually when watching herds of elephants down. You sort of can zone in on a group or a particular individual and each other. That one across from us, rubbing its foot on that bit of ground there. And it's little things like that that makes elephants so special, I think. Oh, and look at the apologies for that audio breakup, everyone. Elijah, you want to know how long it takes for elephants to decompose. Well, elephant tusks are made from something called ivory. And ivory is extremely long lasting. In fact, when people used to kill elephants for their tusks, they would take that ivory and they used to make things from it, such as piano keys and decor for houses and special little things from ivory, because it was so well, almost, I don't want to say eventually everything breaks down, but it would take, I can't even give you a specific number, but well over like hundreds and hundreds of years for it to be able to completely decompose, as it were. It's actually an extremely hardy substance, especially if it is taken and treated like they used to do when they made things from ivory. But let me find out if I can get an exact number for you. All right, so I have done a little bit of reading, and I can't actually specific number for how long it takes for ivory to break down. But what I did find out is that it is quite sensitive to something like water and particular heat or humidity. So eventually, they say that what will happen to the ivory is that after long-term hundreds of years, yeah, because like I said, it is such a hardy material. Say it's left in a water hole, and eventually that ivory will break down and turn into like a spongy substance. Apparently, it's quite interesting. I'm sure with extreme heat, which of course is anything that's in the sunlight for too long starts to become very almost thins down and starts to crack and tear. If you can imagine, sometimes I think of window curtains that have the sun coming through and it actually becomes weaker and weaker. And I imagine something like ivory with extreme and that sort of thing would also start to crack, break down possibly. The zebras seem to be kicking up quite a bit of dust there on the right. The zebra is going to have a drink of water, or perhaps I saw zebras going all the way into the water the other day. That was very interesting. Really getting muddy was something new. That zebra there has actually a short tail. The one in the middle, you can just see it moving it. About half the size of what it normally is. And actually there was one just behind it that went past with no tail at all. And most of the time those are actually stallions. And although it's common to think that something like maybe a lion has bitten off their tail, injuries like that are usually actually from other zebras. When the males fight with one another for dominance and over females and that sort of thing, often find they have a vicious bite on them. They can bite each other's necks, bodies, and their tails sometimes right off. see that zebra on the right that was walking away doing quite a shake of the head. And you may wonder why it's doing that. It often has to do with a little bit of irritation in their nose, flicking back and forth. Sometimes they even sneeze. And there's a particular species of fly called the bot fly that uses a zebra's nasal passages to lay its eggs. And once those larvae have actually, once the flies are inside of there, you can imagine something crawling in your nose is not very comfortable at all. So often they do try and get them out, and that sort of shaking back and forth, as well as a sneeze every now and again, or a huff and puff of exhaling through the nose can try to get those flies out. Okay, well, while we leave the zebra to continue doing their thing here, we are going to head over to some more elephants at Tau Lodge. How lovely. Nice for a change to head over to a different waterhole and to see this waterbuck, as well as these elephants coming down for a drink. And a scratch by the looks of things. The one on the front is having a bit of a scratch under its ear flap. I know that we're looking at these elephants drinking, but just have a look at this waterbuck. This is very interesting, everyone. Look what it's doing with its mouth. I was wondering why it was standing in the water. I know that they are waterbucks, so they are found around water. It's in the name. But often when they're in the middle of the water like this, it may have something to do with being chased. They often use the water as protection to get away from predators. But it actually looks like this waterbuck is eating something in the water. This is the first time I'm seeing a waterbuck do something like this, so this is very, very cool. Oh, there we go, we can actually see it dangling from its lips there. But I think what's happening here is that there must be some sort of a aquatic plant that's growing that lives on top of the water here. And this waterbuck has found it particularly delicious to eat. Oh, some more. A whole herd is coming across, obviously from the other side of the waterhole to this side. It looks like a young male waterbuck as well, with the horns coming from its head, but still quite small, not too big. But lots to look at here all of a sudden. That's interesting how these things change so quickly in the bush. There can be absolutely nothing at a waterhole, and then all of a sudden it's filled with lots of different things to look at. Also some white-faced whistling ducks there on the left of the waterbuck. Also looks like they are feeding. But how interesting is this, everyone? I don't know if this is a regular thing for Tower Lodge to have waterbuck eating these aquatic plants, but this is actually very, very. It's interesting that it's just the one as well. Usually waterbucks are in a group or a small herd, but it just seems like this young male is the one who's found the goods here. I wonder if there'll be more that try to do the same thing either today or later on this week. Oh, Lal, you were just asking, I preempted your question there. Yes, it is. I do find it interesting that it is on its own. It could be possibly because it is a young male, um, possibly may have sort of been pushed off a little bit, but that's not per se what happens all the time. It could very well be, if we zoomed out, that we would see a few other waterbuck just on the bank, or maybe it's behind the camera or on the opposite side of the bank where we can't see with the camera that there are other waterbucks on it with this one. This one is just decided to be feeding at the moment. It was quite cool to see that elephant walking in the background. You get a gauge of size, just how huge the elephant is compared to this waterbuck.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Such a lovely scene here. Wow, we have been spoiled at Tower Lodge this afternoon. I see the croc is still here, still swimming around. The heron was lucky today. Yesterday we saw the croc chase the heron once it got the fish, so that was quite entertaining. You can see this young elephant trying to dust itself there. A bit hard there actually. Maybe it should try a softer spot. Trying to pull something out the ground now. Shame. I'm sure it could find some greener grass than those few little dry stalks next to the waterhole. Oh wow, have a look at this elephant here on the right hand side. That's very interesting. I'm trying to work out what it's doing. Okay, so I think there we actually can see, have a look at its tusks. Do you see how much mud is on there, everyone? So I think what this elephant has done is dug its tusks right into the mud to try and break it open a little bit. Now it seems to be rubbing the mud into its face. Jerome, I agree with you. It did look like it was trying to do a handstand. You're so right. I've thought for a minute it was trying to do a yoga pose there, standing on its head, going to kick its feet up into the air. But you can just see now it's actually working with its feet and the tip of its trunk a little bit more to maybe it's obviously got a spot of mud there that it quite likes. If I was that heron, I would also move out the way. So that heron actually just caught a fish, which is quite interesting. And straight away, that croc again moved right up close to it. So if we follow that heron there on the left, you can just see that it's got a fish in its mouth. And what they'll often do now is use their beak to flatten that fish from left to right, smack it around a little bit to get it a bit softer, break some of the bones inside, and then swallow it whole. Yeah, so interesting what this elephant is doing with the mud. It actually looks as though it's taking chunks of mud that it broke up with its tusks and its feet, and it looks like it's taking them and actually placing it in its ear. So have a look there. Its ear hole is a little bit higher up, and then just below that, it looks like it's actually taking mud and placing it in spots there, just like that. It's actually the first time I've seen an elephant mud bathing like this. It's very interesting to watch how this elephant is very intentionally placing mud in specific places. Oh, so there's that heron now with the fish still. It's obviously been working on it, breaking it down, and let's see if we can watch it swallow it whole. Looks like it's about to go down the hatch. But this crocodile is watching. Have a look how it changed direction. It's facing forward like that. And I think if that heron was not aware, although it is very used to this crocodile, I'm sure it's a resident here at this particular waterhole, that crocodile would have no shame in going for this heron with its fish. I find it so fascinating to watch something. Oh, there we go. It swallowed it. You could actually see it going down the neck. And the reason that the heron and generally wading birds like it do this with fish is, of course, because birds don't have teeth. So they have to, whatever they eat, swallow whole. And so because of that, they try to soften it down, make it a little bit mushy inside so it isn't so harsh and spiky going down its throat. And then what happens is it goes into the bird's stomach, which is called a gizzard, and there's basically a muscle that works and crushes whatever is inside of it that way. So its teeth, although it doesn't have teeth, the stomach acts as what crushes the food that it eats. And now you see that that it's done eating. That crocodile's moved away. So it was definitely interested in the fish that the heron had caught. But how cool is that, everyone? Not something that you see every day. Very interesting as well to see the behavioral interaction between something like a heron and a crocodile. And then to watch it catch something and eat it as well. We have a zebra now drinking, we have elephants doing very peculiar mud wallowing. So this has been most interesting. You can see how windy it is there just by the way the feathers on the heron are flowing in the breeze. I wonder if those elephants have moved off a little bit to the right-hand side. Often they do a lot of their mud splashing on the right-hand side of this waterhole and a lot of the drinking towards the left. Clearly there's a difference in the water between the far left-hand side and the right-hand side of this waterhole. All right, so there are a few of the other waterbuck. I thought maybe that there were some around. What we can see there is that they all actually have horns. So that young male that was eating the plants in the water probably forms part of this group of males, young male waterbucks, similar actually to that of elephants. Like we always speak about these bachelor herds. Same thing happened in waterbuck. Once they are of a certain age, once reached sexual maturity but not yet dominant, they actually move off and form these bachelor groupings until they are big enough and strong enough to challenge the dominant bull in an area and then actually have a territory and a group of females of their own.
Attention all WildEarth fans. It's that time of the year when the sun rises earlier and sets later. And WildEarth is shifting show times. From October, our daily sunrise safari is moving an hour earlier, Live at the Waterhole is moving an hour later, and our daily sunset safari is moving half an hour later. Don't miss a moment. WildEarth, it's in your nature. Lovely call of the African hoopoo in the background. Boop, boop, boop. Yes, the sounds of water. I think they must be some elephants either drinking or having a splash about, cooling down.
incredible to watch that tip of the trunk actually work so close. These cameras are amazing. You can just see how precise the elephant can use those two finger-like structures at the end of their trunk to pick up something, they say, as fine as a feather. Quite a cool perspective, actually, to just have a close-up of an elephant's trunk and feet. You can see what it's doing there is actually, together with the foot and the trunk, is working together to dig out these little pieces of deliciousness that these elephants are finding here. So the elephant's using its foot to move the ground away. The trunk holds the little piece that it's found in place, and then once the ground is moved away enough, it pulls it out, roots and all. Very cool. And this is what I love so much about this show, and being able to do this with everyone, is that we have time, and so often that's what we don't have in life, is actually time to just sit and look and listen. And that is when you learn about the bush, when you learn about animals. When you're not in a rush, when you just take it a bit slower. Sometimes patience is key. And then you get to see these animals do some very interesting things. And so we get to learn more and more about how amazing they are. I think we all have a new appreciation for elephant feet after that. That was so cool. Right, well, why don't we head over to Aldonio and see another elephant having a drink. Just listen to the sounds, everyone. This is amazing.
World Animal Day is here, and WildEarth is rallying for a battle of the ages. One naturalist reigns victorious, and the time for redemption has arrived. It's Safari Bingo. Catch the chaos and contention as our naturalists compete to spot the most animals. Join us on our sunset safaris and spot the next sovereign of the safari. WildEarth, we are Safari.
Well, this is just lovely to see. 5 zebra, 1 giraffe, and a Thompson's gazelle. Sounds like the beginning of a joke. It's interesting to notice how this giraffe is drinking. I mentioned yesterday how they all have different ways of doing it, and this one's actually bending its entire foot down, so it's not actually standing on its hoof. It's standing on, I guess, what we could maybe refer to as an ankle. Well, we have crossed back over to Tau Lodge. We just lost the feed there from Aldonio, but that's okay. I think these are the culprits that I heard earlier having an absolute splash in mud bath, as it were. I think they've been having a lot of fun. Possibly two young bulls. We'll have to check to make sure, but it is often two young bulls that are in the mud together. Sometimes they even have a bit of play fighting, grab each other's tails, push each other down, really like two typical boys playing in the mud. Seems like it's on pause at the moment, but we'll wait to see if they maybe do have any more action left in them. interesting, although it looks like these bulls may just sort of be standing still. I wonder if there's still not some communication going on that we just can't hear. It's a bit of a standoff. Interesting to see what this elephant here on the water is doing with its trunk. I've just been watching to see. Interesting, but anyway, he's deciding to get out now. Sure, they really were covered from head to toe with light. Well, while these Ellies are leaving this waterhole, one has just arrived at Kwamaritane. Lovely. Just as I think it was the same with the other elephant as well when we were here earlier. Came down to the water, we crossed over it, had a bit of a splash and then moved off. Although maybe it is still going to stick around just on the left-hand side to have a drink. Oh, so that's interesting that it did the exact same thing as the elephants from earlier. Came down, splashed itself with some water and mud on that specific spot, and then moved across to this side, and also had a drink, and now just putting some clean water, or cool water, as I should say, on it. Oh wow, look at that.
Those sounds just go straight through you. As this elephant heads off to maybe rest or begin feeding, there is one elephant apparently left at Jamala, so let's go see what it's up to. So yesterday I said that I would take a note to see if these were the same elephants that were coming back every day. And this one actually in particular is a large bull, and I took note of him because of the way his tusks are positioned on his face. His right one on our left points out quite a lot, and the tusks are very broad by his face, so I recognize him. There's actually one or two that look similar to him as well. So they definitely are hanging around this area. You can't believe how many elephants were here earlier, and now there's just this one lone bull still at the waterhole. But wow, he is huge. Just look at the size of that head. I wonder why this elephant moved from where it was drinking to the spot it is now. If it just decided he wanted to try the water from a different spot, maybe it tastes different to them. Maybe they like a bit of variety. We do apologize for those noises that you can hear, everyone. There is a bit of construction going on at the lodge where this waterhole is located. So there, if you do hear any hammerings or drilling noises, it is from that. Just a reminder to all our viewers that right after this is our sunset safari. So please do not leave and stay tuned for our safari today in the afternoon. There has been a change in October for the times. I'm sure you are all aware, but if there are one or two new viewers, that the morning safari now heads out earlier. I think it's 5:30 in the morning, and Live at the Waterhole starts at 10:30 a.m. and runs all the way until 3 p.m. Right, well, he has decided that that's enough water for him. Looks like he's now moving off with a bit of purpose, heading off to start feeding on something out there in the bushes.
Welcome to Africam, your window to Africa's wild spaces. Immerse yourself in the captivating sights and sounds of nature. With our high-definition cameras, you'll feel like you're right there, in the heart of the action, where every moment is a surprise waiting to unfold. Join our global community of wildlife enthusiasts as we witness nature's drama unfold in real time.
The lighting here in the afternoon is just stunning, the way it falls on the elephant, and the clouds are so white and blue sky and green vegetation. It really is a stunning picture. All right, so we have cut across to Okakuyo in Namibia. Quite a grey overcast sky. I haven't seen it like this before. Very interesting to see how deserted this waterhole is at the moment. Usually there are some signs of life, whether it's just some springbuck or it does look like there is a bird or two around. Every time I look at this waterhole, I find it fascinating that the animals can find their way through all of those white rocks. But they do, they seem to come from nowhere. All of a sudden, you've got zebra coming forward, then kudu, elephant. They all just suddenly appear, and they've been able to carve out game paths so clearly between the rocks. Cat Lover, it's a pleasure. Thank you for joining us and watching the show. And we are so grateful for all our viewers who do join us on the Waterhole. And it has been a lovely, serene afternoon. And to just end off, oh, there's some springbuck actually coming forward now. You see these animals, they just appear from nowhere. But thank you, Cat Lover. We appreciate you. Thank you for your comments and questions throughout the show. It has been a wonderful afternoon. I think my favorite was seeing that elephant just about do a handstand at Tower Lodge. And then also that heron catch the fish and swallow it, with the crocodile observing from not so far away. But it really has been wonderful to be able to join you again today and do the second half of the show with you this afternoon. I know Trish had a wonderful time this morning. And I can't wait to see what we get to see at the Waterhole tomorrow. That's what I love so much about the bush, is that you just never know. But as I mentioned earlier, please make sure you do stay tuned to WildEarth. The Sunset Safari is about to begin just after this. From all of us here and the WildEarth team, it does take a team to make this happen. Although you hear our voices, I tell you, there's a whole team behind us making this come through to you and allowing this to all happen. So we're very grateful to them and very grateful to you for watching the show as well. I will be joining you all again tomorrow in the same slot. So I look forward to seeing you all then again. But for now, I wish you all a lovely rest of your day and evening, wherever you are in the world. But for me, it's time to say goodbye.
program features live